Go live though, on the feed.
Ready to go?
No, just wait for us to go live.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, I'll do the intro first. Ready to go? All right, cool. So welcome to everyone in training week. Got a big audience, which is fantastic. It's a pretty cold September though. But what we're going to do, guys, is we're just going to plug something real quick before we start. So for everyone online, Jim's new book is called No Other Success. Everyone in training gets a copy of this. I think they do, don't they, Jim?
Yes.
Yep. So they've got it. You can buy it online for cost price. Pretty much, it's $4, and Jim personally signs every book as well. So make sure you order them too. Jim,
Plus postage.
Plus postage, yeah. The most expensive part is the postage. So, Jim, real quickly, why did you name it No Other Success? What's the title?
Because it's short for the saying, no other success can compensate for failure in the home. And that's something I really believe in, that success, business success should never be at the cost of family.
Audiobook's about to go live very soon as well, on Audible and all other places too, in your voice as well. You did read it.
I actually did my own dictation.
I know you didn't like it, but it took a long time, but we got there in the end. You did well. All right, first question here. Away we go.
Thank you, Jim, for giving us a chance to ask you a question. So my question is a little bit of advice about the people coming from corporate world, earning good income, like starting from corporate to, transition from corporate to the business, owning business, like what advice you would like to give them, and like how to do the smooth transition and what points should be keeping in mind.
Coming from a corporate background, you'll probably do well. That's a general. If you've been involved in management, if you've been involved in directing people, being self-directed, you do well. And the reason is because you have a habit of mind that looks at what you do and says, how can I do it better? You cannot be in that position without having that frame of mind. And that's the one thing, along with customer service, that distinguishes successful franchisees from others. We have multiple. How many franchisees do you think have you spoken to that are turning over more than $1 million a year? What do you reckon?
We're 20 we interviewed, yeah.
And they're the only ones we know about. So in actual fact, we call ourselves the Millionaire Factory because we reckon we've created more millionaires than any other company in the history of Australia or New Zealand for that matter.
Wow.
Because there is no upper limit. There are some divisions like, what's your division?
Blinds cleaning and repairs.
Blind cleaning. Okay.
Blinds cleaning and repairs, yeah.
Okay. There's divisions that involve employing people can actually do very, very well. A lot of the top ones are things like cleaning and mowing and those kind of divisions where you can put lots of staff on. Like the lady Poppy, who does my house at my farm.
Yeah.
She's got about 13 people working for her last time I heard.
Wow.
So you can actually grow very big. You can also have franchises in different divisions too. So you might start off with blind cleaning, do well at that, and you get a cleaning franchise or a mowing one. It's quite common these days, or even interstate.
Yeah.
You can have multiple franchises in different divisions, and you have your staff going back and forth between them. So you've got a very good chance actually of doing well. It's not a guarantee, but on the whole, the better your background in terms of your business experience and so forth, the more likely you are to do well at this.
Well, and going into the other divisions should be the long-term goal, or should be probably in first few years, probably 1 to 2 years?
I think you should play it by ear and see how you go.
Yeah.
See how well you do in your own division first, learn the trade, and then think of other things. I mean, there isn't really much of a limit to how big you can grow in your own division too.
Yeah.
You can actually have more than one franchise if you wish, then you get more leads coming through. That's one possibility. But usually people will have different divisions and they can do different things. Like people might have cleaning and carpet cleaning or window cleaning divisions, for example, and they can have their workers work across all of them. Because as long as you've got a valid logo, you can work at different divisions.
And the insurance needs to be updated. That's the other one.
Yeah, just insurance needs to be fixed up, but that's not a big thing. You just have to get it adjusted. You can go in the same insurance policy.
Yeah, fair enough. Thank you so much, Jim. Just give a very clear mindset, and I really appreciate your help, man. There's
lots of wonderful videos that you can watch too. Sometimes we have like training days. I don't think we should do it again. We did in the past. We had some of the top people like Dan giving a talk about how they built these large
most of the franchisees now we interview, they talk about how they build their team. Like we had Miriam and Ronnie, who had an independent cleaning business for 17 years and come across the gyms. And they've actually got territories in each state, or that's their goal. So they've got a territory in WA, but they live in New South Wales and have employees, and talk about how they manage that. So we've got a lot of that sort of stuff available for you to listen to. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been watching the videos on YouTube. It's a good
Oh,
motivation.
Jim? Yeah, which ones? Which ones?
I've been watching it. So you've been making the videos in the training
cool.
room. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, it looks very good.
Good. No, I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there a segment of the videos that's to do with this major businesses, the ones that have multiple franchises and multiple employees?
Yeah, I interviewed. Yeah, not as a category for you though, no. But I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
Put it in as a category.
I'll do it. Yeah.
A separate category under the videos. People who really want to build these. Sort of 20 people he's spoken to, and I'm sure there's others too. We don't even. And just sometimes you hear about them accidentally.
Yeah, yeah.
Or somebody contacts me and they're doing amazingly well, and so I pass it on to Joel and say, do an interview with this guy.
We do a lot. It's good. It's good fun.
Yeah.
Thank you, James. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you,
Good
man.
one.
That's it. That's as easy as that, guys. Just come up and ask Jim a question. Go for it.
Yeah, he was
Go for
talking
it. Come on.
beforehand about it, and I said, this is such a good question.
Yeah.
You should ask this one.
G'day, Jim. I've followed you for a number of years. So you've led thousands upon thousands of franchises to success. How important is having a coach to you?
Oh, very important. Well, actually, I don't know if I have a coach, actually. Probably, strangely enough, I probably learn the most from my franchisees, from other people who are doing things. I'm always getting ideas, because I'm in contact with franchisees all the time. But as far as success for franchisees is concerned, yes, having a coach is incredibly important. If you've got who's your franchisor? Oh, right, okay.
Life
well,
coaching, that makes sense.
Oh, I see. This is a rather direct question, isn't it? We're talking life coaching here. It's
Business coaching, life coaching.
Yeah. No, it's good, actually.
You've got the franchise for the business side, and then you've got the life coaching to build the lead or the franchise up to match the business and go beyond.
We have had some very good success with some of the people who've had life coaching. It's a fairly new division. But you have your franchisor, but you also have your life coach as well, and setting your goals and so forth. It's a good thing, actually. I have great hopes for this division. It's quite small, just starting up. But so far, it's James, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, he's doing very well.
We've now got Amanda.
You've got Amanda now.
Possibly Craig. Very soon.
Craig, yeah. That's good. It's great.
This wasn't set up either. I had nothing to do with it.
I say this is actually an opportunity, ask Jim, is to promote your own division.
You can plug your own division. That's
Yes. But life coaching is a great skill. I did this for my church, actually. I did training to help with my church. And you basically, you go in and you find out about somebody. You find out what they want to achieve. And then you help them to achieve their goals. So it's not a matter of putting your goals onto it. It's a matter of helping them to achieve what do you want to achieve? Yeah, I want to achieve this kind of income. I want to achieve this kind of hours, this kind of family life. Okay, what do we need to do? And the life coach takes you through it. So it's a brilliant system. It really is.
Definitely.
But Jim, you don't have a coach. You don't have a coach.
I don't have a coach.
No.
I have vaguely thought about getting one of you guys to do it. I don't know.
I'll get James to give you a call.
I get people to hold me accountable, like my life group at church. If I want to do something, like I'm working on my book or something, then I get them to commit to. I say, I'm going to do some work on this every day. And therefore I feel obliged to, because we meet up all the time. So then they ask me, how are you going? Have you done it? So I can't say no because I let them down. So having a coach is pretty helpful.
And that accountability person.
Yes. Then somebody's going to ask you and you know you have to do this. For example, if you were, whatever you're supposed to be doing, whether you're supposed to be doing paperwork guarantee or upselling or whatever it is, or spending more time with your family or whatever it is, the life coach is there to work out what you want to achieve and helping you do it. So we have great hopes for this division.
Welcome.
Thank you, Jim.
Good man. Good. So who's got the next one? Jump up. Go for it.
All right. Good evening, Jim. It's a pleasure to meet you. I guess my question is, what came first when you were starting this enterprise, like brand itself or the customer service? What ethos? What was the first thing that came to you? Like what you
Well, the
discovered?
customer service was way before the brand, because I've had a continuous gardening business since 1970. So you're talking about more than half a century. I've been doing this same business in effect, and so I started off. Originally, I was a gardener. I was working at I think $1.50 an hour back in the 1970s. That's how little. And then I raised it to $2 an hour, and then $3 an hour. And about 1975, I got my first mower. Then I could charge $5 for a lawn, which is pretty good because I could do 2 in an hour. So I'm getting $10 an hour, which in the 1970s not too bad. So I was passionate about customer service. Even when I was a school kid, I used to do gardening for neighbours. So I've done this virtually all my life. And I was always passionate about customer service. And the brand came much later. The brand only came in 1989 when I franchised.
And that kind of like became like the vehicle to sort of like drive even faster. Is that how you
Success isn't just one thing. It's 1,000 little things. It's like we were talking about before about what makes you successful. It's not having some brilliant idea. It's 1,000 tiny little things that you do every day. I ask myself this question every day: how can I do it better? When I was mowing lawns, I asked myself, how can I do a perfect edge quicker? How can I navigate between jobs faster? How can I pick up the grass in my grass bag quicker? And then how can I employ people better? How can I sell better? How can I advertise better? Every day of my life still I'm asking myself the same question: how can I improve? That is the secret of it. It's not one big thing, it's thousands of little things, and you add them up. Which is why things like meetings matter so much, that you come and you learn from what other people are doing. Or having that attitude we were talking about before, where you mix with people and you find out what they're doing, you get inspiration. Hey, they're doing that. A lot of the stuff you hear from me in training is actually coming from franchisees rather than anything from my own experience. I've learned a lot more about running a successful mowing business since I stopped mowing lawns back in 1988 than I did before that. Because I had so many. In a sense, I got 5,500 mentors, if you look at it that way. Learn from others.
Yeah, good question.
Good
yeah.
question.
Go for it. Next one, guys. Just jump up, come through, ask
Yeah.
anything you like.
Hey Jim, you've mentioned your faith a few times. How has faith served you in business?
I'm a Christian, and that is very fundamental to the way that we think about business. If you ask who my guru is, people ask who my mentor, my guru is, and I'd say Jesus. Because the whole concept of what Jim's is about servant leadership, which you see that most clearly from Jesus washing his disciples' feet, which was washing somebody's feet in those days was a very low, degraded activity, which only a slave or a very menial person would do. Sometimes you would get a very revered rabbi, and the disciples would wash his feet as a mark of respect, but Jesus washed his disciples' feet. And that, even though in many ways Jesus was the conventional Jew of his time, that was a very, very radical, unusual thing to do. And that concept of first shall be last is central to the way we think about it. The idea that I had right from the beginning that my prime job is to look after franchisees. First obligation, always. Even making decisions, like in the beginning I said, I will not take a franchisee who I think has unless I'm convinced they're going to be successful. And I'm sometimes wrong, I must admit. But if I had doubts about somebody, I would say no. I was convinced at the beginning that would stop me from growing. Now I've come to realize that actually it's quite the opposite. By having quality people, you actually get a much better organization and you're more successful and better customer service. But I didn't think that. The reason I did it was because I didn't want to do what I thought was wrong, was to put somebody into business where I thought they might fail. So again and again, I've made decisions in my life for reasons of ethics, which turned out to be fantastic business decisions, but I didn't think so at that time. You'll see some examples in the book, actually.
Yeah.
So it's absolutely fundamental.
And do you think you got that sense of moral obligation to your franchisees from your faith? Or is it just something that's generically been built because you want them to be successful?
It's reinforced by my faith, put it that way. It's very difficult to separate somebody from their belief system.
Thank you.
Yeah, good question. Come up, go for it. Ask them each you like.
Hi Jim, good evening everyone. The question is how do you add new division? As we know, we've got so many divisions in gyms. So how do you add what's
Well, normally because somebody asked me. So somebody comes to me and says, I'd like to do this division. And then I do a bit of investigation. Like, for example, somebody sent me an email this morning that said, I want to do Jim's shipping. And I said, I don't know what that means. Could you please explain? So he's going to consult with somebody he knows who's in that business and come back to me. And I'm going to look at whether it's practical. I'm inclined to think it probably wouldn't be, because shipping sounds very big scale. If it was something like couriers, maybe.
I have an idea.
if you
Yes,
have an
sir.
idea.
Pitch him.
Gym hotel.
No.
Jim's Hotel.
No, I wouldn't do it. And you tell you why I wouldn't do it is because one of the things I've learned, the hardest lessons I've learned, is that you go with what you know. Now, I am really good. We are very good at the service businesses. If you want Jim's doctors, for example, we do that, or optometrists, or there's probably 1,000 different things we could do we don't do, but they're all services where somebody calls for a service and we go out and offer it. We don't do site-based. So if you look at hotels, people like Marriott's, for example, they're so good at what they do. I wouldn't try and compete with them. Having said that, of course, my wife is, she's actually runs this place, and she's also setting up another place at Gunawarra, out near the airport, which is kind of like a conference centre. So in a sense, we do it, but not under the Jim's brand.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Good idea. We have people pitch you on TikTok all the time, and you do response videos as well, and that seems to generate some things as well. So people can pitch you all the time.
I get probably at least one a week. I'd get one potential new division. But you've got to ask questions. First of all, does it conflict with an existing division? Because of territory rights, you can't do that. Secondly, is it like a service business that does it? Is it big enough scale? Because we don't make a lot of money per franchisee. To have a viable business, you usually need about 20 franchisees. So you need something that's got scale. You need something that can make at least $70 an hour. So and then you look at the person driving it. You know, what do they know? What's their background? Are they somebody who knows that business and does very well, like Jason Japp, for example, who does scratch and dent? Now he's come from that industry. He was actually one of my first franchisees and franchisors, but he's gone away, did scratch and dent. Now he's brought that back, and it's going well. Or else, what we do is to look at somebody who's a successful franchisee. Lance has a party who does
Driving school.
Driving school is an example. He's a Mowing franchisee from South Australia. He's a very good franchisee. He makes very good money. He's got like a 5.0 rating. He's also been involved in coaching and training. So he's got a very good background. So even though he doesn't know the industry that well, Lance is a great guy. So that's kind of how it works. But you know, somebody in this room might come up with a new franchise, new division one day. We're open. And it's very easy to reach me. I'm very, very easy to reach. Jim@jims.net. Especially if you're a franchisee, just say, here's my idea. But the most key thing of all is having the right person to run it. That's the hardest thing to do. Lots and lots of people have got ideas, but how do you actually do it? And some people approach me and they say, I'd love to do, what was it coming to me last week, something? They had an idea about some business they wanted to run. And I said, have you ever run it? And they said, no. And I said, well, if you're really successful, this is not serious. This is not somebody in gym, somebody outside it. I said, go and run the business yourself. Show how you can make it succeed as a one-person business, and then come back to me.
So you've got to be more than an idea. We had that quite a bit, you know. I've got an idea, Jim, but if you give me my number, I'll tell you. I don't want you to take it, all that sort of stuff. And it happens a lot.
Happens all the time. The idea is about 1/10 of 1%. 99.9% of it is the bright person to drive it and run it.
Absolutely. Well, there's probably a couple of good...
It is too, yes.
There's a couple of good stories though, Jim. Paul Comerford's about to hit, they're going to hit 200 franchisees soon in JBI, and they started in 2011. So that's a pretty good one.
Well, yes. This is the guy. Paul Comerford came to me with an idea. He wasn't the Jim's franchisee. He was something outside. He came to me with this idea. Now, I looked at him. I looked at his background. I said, worth a go. It's now the biggest, by far the biggest business of its kind in Australia, which is building inspections. And that's just one person that comes to me with an idea. So it's good. Or you look at someone like Haydar. When he came to me, he was one of the earliest cleaning franchisees. He was actually a cleaner. He actually had a business cleaning it. He was personally cleaning, scrubbing floors, washing toilets. He's now got, they're close to 2,000 franchisees, 1,700 franchisees in several different divisions. It's just one guy who comes in, makes success as a leader.
I think he's only been going for 21 years. Like, it sounds like it's a long time, but it's not really when you think about how much he's scaled the business. So 21 years and 1,700 franchisees. So
a lot of it's just patience and time. Like, I've been doing this for 36 years. It's as a franchise, and before that, many years learning my ropes earlier on. It's just time and improvement and stuff. There's no get rich quick thing. You can certainly get rich in this business, but it takes time, doesn't it, Sue?
Cool.
It's not easy. It's hard work. Yeah.
Cool. Who's got a question for Jim? Jump up, go for it, ask it. Got some great prizes, guys. Anyone ask Jim a question, we'll get a prize at the end at the front. Monopolies, books, there's beer there, everything.
Hi, Jim.
Hi.
I have a question. What advice would you like to give to somebody like for balancing personal day-to-day life and long-term business growth?
I don't think any success is worth sacrificing your family. That is an absolute fundamental. I don't think there's this saying that's behind the book, no other success can compensate for failure in the home, no other success. And I really believe in that. Like my daughter is a psychiatrist, for example. Now that's a pretty prestigious, well-paid job. But she actually chooses to work part-time so she can look after her baby. And her husband actually works 4 days a week, so he can spend time with the kid too. And they're going to another one fairly soon, I hope. So I just don't think it's worth it. And I have never, ever, ever sacrificed my family. Now, I've been divorced 3 times, okay, so I'm a pretty lousy husband. But it's never because I don't pay attention. It's just because I'm difficult to live with. But yeah, I just think you've got time. You know, one of the great things about the business we do is that you've got flexibility. There's no boss telling you you've got to work for 80 hours a week, that you have to leave first thing in the morning. You make that decision yourself. And I just don't think it's good for you. I don't think it's necessarily good for the business that you put too much into it. You've always got to have time for your family. Fundamental. If you look at what makes people happy, and I'm very interested in the science of happiness, people think that if I have, you know, this much money, I can have a better car and a better house and better holidays, and then I'll be happy. But the funny thing about it is, no matter what they achieve, there's always something more they want.
It's always less.
This search for success for its own sake, and it just gets nowhere. But if you look at the real key to happiness, it's things like community, connection, friendships, family, sense of purpose, faith, community, those kind of things. And that's well known to be the fact. So I think you make your decisions. You look at the business, you say, how can my business support my life? And I work very funny hours, you know, I do work strange hours. If you contact me at the weekend, I'm often just around and I'll take emails and I'll do things late at night, all kinds of stuff. But at the same time, I drive my son to school and pick him up pretty much every day. That's important to me, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, good question.
Good question.
Hi, Jim. Good evening.
Good
Just
evening.
want to know, like many of us are new in this franchise business, and things are like we are confident, but starting new might be confused, might be a bit of nervous too. So, what would be your advice to overcome this sort of this nervousness and confusions?
Well, it's reasonable to be nervous. Going into business for yourself is a scary sort of thing. Look, stay close to your franchisor, follow the system. Listen to advice. Listen to people who know a lot. One of the greatest assets we've got. Yes, leads, paperwork guarantee, contract is good, but so much of your success will depend on the people that you mix with. Your franchisor, who's your franchisor?
Pest control.
Pest control, who's that like?
Termite pest control, I think it's Manny.
Manny in
Manny.
West Australia, yeah. Okay. Manny knows his business.
Yep.
Manny's a good guy. He knows what he's talking about. Listen to him, talk to him, ring him, pester him if you like. He's there to look after you, to help you. Come to meetings. Do not miss meetings. It's the most important time you'll spend in your business all year. Keep on learning. Watch the videos. We've got incredible videos that have been done, and every day there's more coming out. We've got these amazing resources. Learn and research and grow. And as you do that, as you gain confidence, you'll just get better and better and better. It's the attitude that says, I'm going to improve, I'm going to get better every day. There's always things you can learn.
Thank you.
Yeah, good one. Cool. Got a question come up? Go for it.
Good day, Jim. How are you? Thank you so far. Everything's been amazing. But yeah, I remember when I was in primary school, I'd always see like Jim's mowing, driving past. That was
You never thought to meet me, did you?
Yeah, so that was back in New Zealand, so it's like nice to finally actually meet you in person.
Yes, good to have you
I
here.
got 2 questions actually. Like knowing what you know now, like what's your biggest advice that you'd give your younger self? And what's been your biggest motivator in life?
There's a lot of money in grass. I had no conception, absolutely. If somebody told me back in the past when I was mowing lawns as a student, this is going to be your career and your business, what are you smoking? Come on, get out of it. Yeah. I had no conception. Even when I was left and I started working full time as a lawn mowing contractor, basically following my academic career, I was already thinking this is a temporary thing until something gets better. And then when I launched the franchise, I never thought there'd be, you know, somebody asked me when I first started, how many franchisees might you have? And I said, one day, maybe 100, maybe if it works well. I had no idea. And it took me quite a few years to look at this thing and say, this isn't a bad business, you know. So seriously, I would sell my younger self, service industry, lawn mowing is something you should focus on. Don't get pulled away by other ideas. Stick to what you know, improve on that. My biggest problem is I tend to jump into different things. I had so many failed ventures. You know, I've tried tourism, I've tried mower shop, I've tried computer shop, I've tried trade exchanges, I've tried factories, I've tried research institute for teaching psychology, and I could go on. And they've all lost money, all right? So stick to what you know. That's what I would tell my younger self for sure.
And the main motivation? Main motivation?
My motivation is a lot to do with this. It's the research program I did as a student. Now, I intended to be an academic. I was interested, went to university to try and uncover the reasons for the rise and fall of civilizations of all strange things, which is something I thought about since I was a teenager. I was always fascinated by it. Came up with what I thought was some real reasons for what makes a society strong and healthy and happy. And very, very radically different to what anybody has ever said or thought about. Something to do with the basic neuroscience of personality. I got to the end of my PhD and I even failed my thesis submission. I resubmitted it again, but I had no prospect of an academic career. I thought I would be going to be an academic. I thought I would research this stuff and teach it. That was my life. And I was completely impossible. So at that time, this is in 1982, I was impoverished, in debt, no assets, nothing, okay? What I needed to do was to become wealthy enough to be able to fund my own research institute, which would cost millions upon millions of dollars a year. Which really, if you look at it, sounds completely insane. How can this guy with no business experience, nothing, do this? But I knew I had to do it because I believed my research is important. So that's what happened. And I had this goal in my mind. I will one day fund my research institute. I don't live lavishly, I never did. I'm very simple. This is basically shoes that cost me $20 from Kmart, all right? That's my level of expenditure on myself. But my research is my passion. And that's my profound moral purpose behind everything that I've done to build a business. I never ever had any desire to become rich for its own sake. And once I started the business, I must say, and once I franchised it, my second purpose has been to look after my extended family, my franchisees, for you guys to be successful. And that's a moral reason. That gets me up in the morning. That's what I think about and talk about and plan and pray and discuss and everything. Try and focus on that. I believe you've got to have a life of purpose. I think a life that's just lived for the sake of short-term satisfaction and thrills and stuff is not a good life. It doesn't tend to bring happiness or meaning or anything. Life is purpose, which is my research, my family, my Jim's family.
Okay. If you're leaving questions online, I'll get some soon as well. But who's got a question for Jim? Keep jumping up. Anyone got one? I'll read one online. Yep, come up, go for it.
Yeah.
I've got a few online too, but we're not ignoring the ones online, but got a few.
Jim, I've got two questions. One is about sales and marketing. How do you feel about subscription-based I'm looking at dog wash, providing that as a service, as a subscription, and also mowing and certain things to be able to create that long-term client, provide that good customer care. What do you think?
Well, in effect, we do that because that's what a regular service is about. You wash somebody's dog, you do it every month, and it's going to cost them $100. But then you can do more than that. It's not just subscription, because then you go and do it and you say, well, okay, what about, can I provide you with dog food? I've got a really good line on dog food, so you actually add to it. So rather than a fixed income, what you want to do is have an income that keeps on going up. Yep. And do extra services, like a mowing contract. You do your mowing lawns, I'm going to do it every 3 weeks, okay, perhaps different in spring, winter, but also can I clear your gutters? Can I do your rubbish? Can I do your gardening? Can I prune your fruit trees in winter? So it's kind of like that, but to me it's better because you can grow it. Unlike, say, Netflix, where you just pay the same amount. With us, you want them to actually pay more.
Yep. My second question, I come from corporate and been in manufacturing for over 30 years and look at continuous improvement, coaching and processes like Kaizen and 5S and things. How do you think that could help the franchisees in the room and around the country?
Well, coaching is pretty crucial, and it's the attitude of self-improvement, of doing better, is to help. Like I said before, that kind of background, corporate management type background, people do tend to do very well. It's classic. Now you get someone like, say, Dan Cowell, you'll hear from tomorrow. Now this is a guy who's come from a very humble background.
He's actually not in tomorrow, actually, he's overseas.
Oh, he's overseas.
He's at Oktoberfest at the moment. He's been posting stuff on his story in a big beer hall in Munich. So he's having a good time. But yeah,
okay.
John Govic tomorrow. He's a good friend.
So you're going to miss out on that. But this is a guy who's a high school dropout who worked for McDonald's, which is good training in itself. But when he bought a franchise in his early 20s, he really didn't have any business experience at all. But he's still done phenomenally well. So you can do extremely well, even when your background is really, you haven't had great jobs in the past. But someone with your kind of background could do exceptionally well, and that's a common story.
Cool. Last thing, I just wanted to say thank you, because one of the things that I get from you and listening to Joel and the group overall is you make us feel not like a number, but actually one of the family and the group. It's giving me chills just talking about it, but it is something that I just wanted to say thank you, because that's how I feel about it. Being in corporate for so long, you're just a number, and the day you walk out is another thing. So whereas this feels like we're all connected, and we were talking with the franchisors today and how they're all interconnected, and it really brings that family connection across. So thank you.
Yeah,
that's very nice. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. Well said. Look, actually, talking about, it's not just myself too. Somebody asked me once what I'm, whether I'm proud of having, 5,500 franchisees. It's actually nearly 5,600 now.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It's going up. And I said, not really. But the thing that makes me most proud is when I hear about my franchisors and all franchisees who do wonderful things. Franchisors who really care about franchisees and take enormous steps. I have arguments with franchisors. Sometimes they want to do more for the franchisees than I think they should. I think they're sometimes a bit too much, because they're so filled with this inspiration that they are there as coaches, as leaders, as mentors. It's a very powerful connection. We had a guy called Brian Duckett come from one of our franchisor conferences years ago in Queensland, who's been involved in dozens of different franchise systems, and he said, I've never seen anything like the culture of gyms, that the franchisors really care about franchisees. And the same thing you'll find when you actually go into the meetings. You'll actually find, and I'm very confident you'll come to this, that the more experienced and the more successful franchisees will be really eager to help you. I hear this so many stories again and again and again. And I think it's that culture of caring, treating people like they matter, is just absolutely crucial. And it does mean a lot to me. I have a week where I've just been told I've got an unexpected $1 million tax bill, which I didn't expect to get. But I've also heard one of my franchisees doing really badly and may fail. You didn't tell me which one of those upsets me the most. Second one by far. Tax is just tax. But having one of my franchisees fail is something I can never get used to. And it still happens. It's awful. But then again, I'm going to write to you all in 1 month's time, and you're going to write back to me, and most you're going to tell me you're doing well, aren't you? Because I love that. I really love getting those emails, and you'll see how fast I respond and congratulate you and tell you great work on those surveys. I have a 5.0 survey, which most of you will be at that stage. And that's a great experience for me, and that gives meaning to life.
Yeah, I've got a question for Jim, guys. Feel free to come up, ask him anything at all. I've got a couple online. I'll read a couple online if you want to come up and just wait there for you quickly. So Jim, Glenn's gone here. Hi, Jim's coming up for 6 years anniversary. Never look back. He says if you put in the work, you get the returns. He says 300k turnover as a sole trader doing Jim's test and tag in NZ, which is great. There's some Glenn Carmichael's, a bit of encouragement for people in here as well. And then he's gone here to, real quickly, Mike Andes. You know who Mike Andes is? Mike Andes is a massive franchise YouTube star in the US and come over and did our training. And
all right. He's
gone, has any mowing franchisee implemented the P4P, pay for performance style way of paying staff? If so, have they benefited from it? Cheers. Thanks, Jim and Joel. So maybe he's after a testimonial for his software product. But there is one franchisee in window and pressure cleaning called Skagen. So this was the young man who was 23 who was doing 90k, 80k months in revenue. He actually installed that system in his business, and that's done wonders for him. So I do know Mowing guys do use that system, but he's put it in his window and pressure cleaning one.
Well, I think with time we're going to provide that sort of stuff free to our franchisees through Jimbo. Because we spend millions of dollars a year on software development, and with the drive to actually improve what we can do. There's fantastic potential in technology. The kind of stuff we do now we could not have done in the past. The way we allocate leads and so forth will be absolutely impossible, completely too costly to do if we didn't have technology. It's been one of the things that's really driven our success. And it's one reason why I think we've leaped so far ahead of any competition. Because, you know, take us back, say, 30 years ago, we were a number of very similar systems that were actually competing for the space. We've now enormously outpaced anybody else. But one of the reasons for that, I think our culture is very good, but it's also because we can afford to invest in technology in a way that nobody else can do. And our systems just keep on getting better.
Go for it. Come up and ask him a question. You guys have one up there, or? No. Thinking about it? All right. Yeah, just go. Come and ask me real quickly. I've got a few online, so the people leaving online.
I know some of you had questions. I went around doing some and asked you, and you had some.
It can be intimidating though, but you get a prize. That's the bribe there. The bribery's right here.
Yeah, I told this lady. What's your name? Remay. I told Remay, you've got to be bold, Remay.
It's hard in front of people, but the bribes are there anyway.
I thought I'd better come up and ask you. Well, so my question is, what piece of advice would you give us new franchisees, say, if you were to focus on doing one thing on a daily basis, prioritising that in the first, say, 1 month of us signing up?
Look at everything that you're doing and say, how can I do it better? And keep on listening and learning. Talk to your franchisor, talk to other franchisees, go to meetings, do your research, work on your business. Say, how can I improve? The difference between you when you start and some of the more experienced franchisees will be astonishing. It's not like that they're 20% better, like they're 5 times better. They know stuff that you don't know, and they're so eager to tell you. Listen and learn. It's a great opportunity to learn. The people who do the best are not necessarily the ones who are most educated or smart or whatever. It's the people who learn and listen.
Yeah.
And that's just a character thing.
Inspiring you built this huge company based on your initial, mowing business, and now you've got this huge.
It's a great buzz too. It's a great fun. I have a wonderful, wonderful life. I don't think there's a happier man on the face of the earth than me, because my life is full of meaning. And I've got a wonderful wife whom I adore, and I've got great children, and I've got grandchildren, and I've got purpose in what I do. It's good. It's a great life.
Thank you.
I'd like you to have that too. In different ways, of course. You'll have different priorities. Thank you.
Thanks for asking. I appreciate it. Cool.
Yeah, I know that was good. I know you said you might not have the courage to ask a question, but I'm glad you did.
Got a question, guys? Feel free to come up and ask Jim. Good prizes to give away at the end. There's lots of good stuff.
If you haven't won anything from Cahoots, this is your opportunity.
Yeah, this is your opportunity now. It's easy.
I've got a fun one for you. Who's going to win the AFL Grand Final, the Cats or the Lions?
He wouldn't have known who was playing if you didn't tell him. You should have said who's playing.
I just want to see who he reckons.
I don't even know what they stand for.
One's Geelong and one's Brisbane. There you go.
He doesn't know.
Really? I am completely ignorant about anything to do with sport.
50-50.
If you ask me about... My kids used to ask me what football team I barracked for, and I said Buganda, which is a Central African kingdom that used to exist in the region of Uganda. No, sorry, I have no interest in sport. I just don't.
I don't like Geelong too much, so I'm hoping Brisbane do. Yeah, I've got a few families.
No, we can't be friends. I'm sorry. No.
They've been too good for too long, Geelong. They've got a big. All the fans are very bit up themselves a bit. I just no. I want Brisbane to go.
Thanks. I'm not up myself.
I'm sure you're not, but I'm from Warrnambool, so everyone's a Geelong fan in Warrnambool, and it gets very annoying when you're not. So. Yeah.
Well, that's a question that stumps me. Okay.
There you go. No, that is a question that stumps. So write that down, Jim. So
yeah, write that down.
Yeah, that's a good one. Go for it. Come up, ask him. Go for it.
Yeah, sure. Oh.
Yeah, looking at the hazardous materials side, I come from an area where, an hour and 15 from Brisbane out west though, southwest, staffing for that industry. I understand Gary's got a really close-knit group there and the assistance is just phenomenal. There comes a point though where you want your own staff. You don't want to be leaning on everyone else all the time. I know in my area, at the local service station, they can't fill jobs at 45 an hour. There's the sign still there saying 45 an hour in air-conditioned and heated environments. How do you attract staff in areas that aren't densely populated, is what I should say, that would go into this sort of industry?
Look, it's not easy. One of the things I have heard people do is they work with groups that are not necessarily very employable, like autistic kids and this kind of stuff too, who may be difficult to deal with but don't have other opportunities. So sometimes you can look with the less, people who are less, have got disadvantages, you know, don't ignore perhaps older people or people who are got disabilities in some ways that don't actually stop you doing it. If you come from an ethnic background, which you don't obviously, that's often a very good source because people don't speak very good English.
Yeah.
That's why Poppy, the lady I was telling you about, who does she's a Filipino, she's got Philippine workers.
Mm-hmm.
So there's various things. Look, what's your division? What do you do?
Hazmat.
Hazmat.
Yeah.
Hazmat, yeah. You've simply got to be a great employer. That's one of the things too. You can't take people for granted. Like in the old days, people had to have a job and you just put up with what you tell them. But, you know, somebody can pay very well, but they're a lousy employer. They're not flexible. You're nice to your workers. You give them a bonus when they've done well. You buy lunch for them.
Yeah.
You got to promote it. Get active on social, I'd say. A lot of businesses now run Facebook ads with like short form reels showing what their work environment is and all the benefits and stuff. That's the modern day to do it. We get asked for jobs all the time on different platforms, so I would get active on if you've got social media page, which you're allowed to do, post a lot of content about it. That will help.
Yeah. You've also got the opportunity in what you do to actually say to people, you've got a career. It's not just a matter of working for me for the rest of your life. I'll train you how to do it. You get to be good enough, you become a Jim's franchise, have your own business. You can make yourself, you know, $5,000 a week or whatever you're making. I'll show you how to do it. I'll be your mentor, your coach.
That's probably a good angle. Yeah, that's a really good angle.
Yeah.
Do that one.
Because a normal job can't offer that, can they? But you can.
Yeah. Yep.
It's like Dan. I mean, I keep on talking about Dan. He's away in Oktoberfest. I don't
He's
even
having a
know
good time
that.
over there.
But you know, his 3 franchisees who bought him out are actually he was workers. So he used to train them and he mentored them, and they've become very good franchisees themselves, successful. So you can offer that. What we have, having your own business, is totally better than most employers can offer. Because you go to work for a company, unless it's very rare you're going to become the CEO. Mostly there's somebody there, there's a limit to which you can reach, but there's no limit. So you can show that. You can say, here's a life. Your own example is powerful. Hey, this is where I come from. This is what I'm doing. Have a look at this. I can help you to be the same thing. I believe in you. I can help you. I can show you how to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. Thank you. Thank you as well.
That's the way I'd go. Yeah, that's a good one. Very good question.
Very good question.
Absolutely. Go for it, guys. You got a question? Go for us.
I like that one.
So my question is regarding your legacy. Like, what does it look like when you think about your legacy for this life?
My legacy is there more than anything, because if I'm successful in this, and we're actually trialing treatments that could really dramatically improve mental health across the world, and this kind of thing too, as well as solving birth rate crisis. That's my legacy. My family is my legacy. My kids. I've got 10 kids. I've got a growing number of grandchildren. And you're my legacy too, Jim's. What we've created here, between us. That's my legacy. That's a meaningful life. Yeah.
Thank you. And another question. Do you remember the last lawn that you mowed? That moment that you realized, wow, I'm not doing this anymore.
What? Last lawn? Well, the last lawn I mowed was a few months back. It's my own lawn, for heaven's sake. So
it's not like he's retired and I'm never going to mow a lawn again. I'm just going to leave it. Yeah.
I like gardening, I tell you. And now I never tell them my last day at school. I remember, I look at the building, I'm never going to have to come back here again. Wow, fantastic. I was so pleased. But lawn mowing, no. I tell you what, it's a great job. I love it. I love gardening. I spend about 10 hours at the weekend digging in my garden, digging potatoes, planting fruit trees, putting up nets for my gooseberries. I just had a really fabulous time. I love doing that job. So, no, I never had the feeling it's my last one. Actually, in fact, you know, at the farm, I've actually got this little push mower. It's purely not powered at all. I just got to push it by... I love doing that. It's really fun. Okay? And that's actually not a bad thing, you know. If you love what you do, you never work, do you? That's good.
Good one
That's
there
good.
as well. Got a question, guys? Feel free to come up and ask Jim. Got one online from a franchisee, Jim, who's asked you for advice. So we're going to read this one out from Jim's Cleaning, Princess Park. He's gone. It's Avinash. I have a problem with one client. I've done the job for him last week, Thursday, but he wasn't happy enough with the job, but I would be more than happy to fix the job. That's what I said, but he doesn't want to pay a single dollar, which is not fair because where I spent hours and hours, it's my hard-earned money, which I don't want to lose. I need your help. Any solution would be appreciated. Jim, from one of your franchisees.
I think your client's been completely unreasonable and probably just trying to cheat you out of money.
Mm.
And I would, if it's hours and hours it's worth a bit, I'd bloody well chase him. You say, I will fix up anything that's wrong with the job, you pay me. And you hassle him until he does. And if it looks like if you've got a good track record and it just looks like you're trying to get out of paying, then we will back you and quite likely delete the complaint too. I mean, some clients are scumbags. I mean, not the great majority. They're mostly very decent people.
Put a caveat on it. Put asterisks on that one, yeah.
Yeah, but they are. There are some really bad clients who just want any excuse not to pay. And sometimes the complaint can be just that. Now, we're careful. We don't make that judgment lightly. But if you spend hours and hours on a job, and it's probably worth quite a few $100s from the sound of thing, and somebody's refusing to let you fix it and using that as an excuse not to pay, I think you've got a bad client. We have a system called red notes, red listing. If a client is a bad payer, we actually bar them from being actually booked for any other. I had one today actually. There was a job that was somehow given out, and it came back as a complaint, and it said this is a red listed, difficult, bad client. Shouldn't have got the job, and I wiped out the complaint because the client's known to be bad. So I'd say chase the so-and-so. Oh, honestly, the people say the customer is always right. Well, that's rubbish. Customers are not always right. Sometimes they are dead wrong.
How many complaints do you roughly deal with a day, like personally?
I would probably delete or consider deletion of maybe 30 or 40 complaints a day, most of which I would delete on franchisor recommendation. I would probably deal with a customer service issue personally that hasn't been handled properly. I'd maybe do one every day or two, and maybe one every day, about that.
Yeah.
So actually very small, but compared to the number of what goes on in gyms, we take close to 1 million leads a year. So it's not that many really, but I get personally involved.
Absolutely.
I really do.
There you go. Got a question for Jim? Go for it. Ask it. Yeah, come up. Ask anything you like. Go for it.
Hey Jim. My question's a little bit left of field here.
Good.
Yeah, we talk about networking, keeping our, all our franchising networking together. My question is, what I noticed since being here, we're sitting at rectangle tables, right? We're talking to people here and here, but we can't see these people down here. The way I see it, it should be round tables. Everybody sees each other. I do it with my family, that's all. So it's like I just think you've got more of a better way of networking at a round table. I know it's not a big deal, but that's one thing that I've noticed, that's all.
It's a very good comment actually.
Yeah.
I like that comment because in actual fact, there used to be all rectangular tables. And then I said to Foothills, I want you to put round tables up. Now, I've got that done. It didn't used to be the case in the past.
I did see those ones.
But they give me various reasons why they can't do it for everybody. Mm-hmm. I actually think it's a lot better. I think it's more communal.
Yeah.
In fact, if you notice, when I sat down with some of you to have a meal, I always picked the round table for exactly that reason, because I can talk to everybody. Yeah. No, it's a very good thought, actually.
Thanks, Jim.
It is.
Next training group round tables, that's what's going to happen. bit of money.
I'll talk to them about it, but I think it's actually a very positive thing. We should have round tables. Yes, good idea. Good thought. I like that one. I'm going to take that action on that one.
There you go. Got a question for Jim, guys. Feel free to come up and ask him anything you like that's on your mind. I've got a few online in the meantime while you're thinking. Jim, we've got one here as well. Okay, someone's gone here, Nick Berry. Hey, Joel, can we get Jim to do a deep dive podcast one day on his faith and his religion? We've already got that online, so if you just search Jim Penman faith, it will come up as well. Real quickly, here we go. Hey, Jim, being in the hazmat division, we come across out-of-the-box jobs all the time and love it. What's been the craziest job or customer you've ever come across?
Craziest.
The craziest. There could be some unreasonable people.
I don't know. I can't even think about it, actually. That's a tough one.
It is a tough one.
What can you think of a crazy...
I don't get involved in customer complaints. Touch wood.
No,
So
you don't.
I don't want to.
No, most customers certainly want something fairly sensible. Sometimes they're just very unreasonable about what they think can get done. I mean, you often get complaints from customers who want you to do something that franchisee is not confident of doing well, and they get very irate. But actual fact, it's quite right to say no to a job you're not confident of. It's the right thing to do. In fact, if you take on a job that you're not comfortable because somebody presses you and then you make a mess of it, well, it's your fault. You shouldn't have done it. You should not take on a job you can't confident of being handled properly. So, yeah, as far as being crazy is concerned, I don't know. I hear some very odd interactions between sometimes some clients making requests to my franchisees which really are not within the normal
moral character. I don't know how you phrase it.
Character of what you should be expecting to do, and I don't even want to say exactly what they are, but sometimes my male franchisees get asked some very strange things by some female customers, all right, which is not in the manual. Or
Definitely not.
I've heard a few stories like that.
Yes.
Some of you are pretty good looking guys, I've got to say, but even so, ladies, come on, calm down.
If you've got a question for Jim, guys, feel free to come up and ask him here as well. And Mike McLaughlin's done a suggestion, is there a Jim's catering? Jim's mobile catering.
Yeah, we'd do it.
Yep.
We'd be happy to do catering, just have the right person come along.
So it's not around, but it could be done.
We used to have a sort of a coffee, we tried a coffee truck.
Jim's mobile catering was around for a while ago, but it didn't work.
Was the person driving it?
Correct, yeah.
No, I'd be up for it. It's one of the many ones we'd be very happy to do. There's quite a few things we'd love to do, we just don't have. Jim's personal training is one I'd love to get going. We've actually even got the website ready to go, we're just looking for the person to drive it. And I think because I'm very, very much into health and fitness, so I think personal training is a terrific one.
Absolutely. Got a question for Jim, guys? Feel free to come up and ask. It's time for a couple more. It's a good opportunity to ask him anything you like. It's recorded, it's live stream.
Come on, some of you, I know you had some great questions. You're telling me at dinner time.
I'll read out another one what people think. So, hi Jim, would you say artificial lawn care business will be profitable? From Dirk.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're actually, we're actually looking at a Jim's artificial turf. It's one that's come up the last couple of weeks. Somebody's approached me with this. We do it in the mowing division, but not enough to be a problem. In actual fact, if we had a separate division, a lot of the mowing guys would get extra work they don't currently get because there's not many leads for it. A lot of them do it. So actually it's one we'd love to do. There are a lot of situations now where people want the artificial turf, a lot of playgrounds and schools and so forth. So yes, that's an excellent one. We'd love to be able to do it. The people that I'm talking to have actually got a manufacturing concern. They're actually making the stuff. And so they came here, a couple of them came in last week with somebody else who's going to be driving it. So we just go through the whole process. So that's a good one.
There you go. Got a question for Jim, guys. Feel free to come up and ask him as well. Got some time left for a couple more. Nick Berry's gone in. How do you get a customer to agree that every 2 weeks you'll be there to mow and edge their lawns in spring and summer? I find customers will often say that the grass is still okay for a few weeks, etc.
Well, you've got to set the terms. You just tell the customer how long the offend needs to be done. For a regular service to keep it looking good, this is what you need to do. Because the trouble with it, letting it go is that it gets too long and it's much harder job. It'll never be as good. You'll never keep as good looking. So you just got to simply be in control of the relationship. You can't let clients push you around. Look, we're in a situation, fortunate, where we don't need to be desperate to have clients. People have got to be prepared to work on our terms. If they're not prepared to, then let them go find somebody who's more reasonable. Or else you just charge them a lot more. Say, look, it's going to be $80 on a every 3 weeks basis. If you'd like it done more casually, I can do it, but it costs you $150. Something like that.
There you go. Got a question for Jim, guys? Feel free to come up and ask me. Haven't got another one for Jim at all? No? All right, I'll go over a few more online. Glenn's gone here. Hi, Jim. I thought I was going to fail, but now he's so busy I'm looking at putting someone on, which is from Glenn, which is great. The Mitch Blake's gone, what common traits do most successful franchisees have?
Basically what I talked about before, they tend to be passionate about customers and tend to be looking all the time, how can I improve? It's that constant learning process. I do not consider myself to be a very skilled business owner in terms of not naturally good at business. I don't have particularly good people skills. I offend people very often. My wife says I'm autistic,
Asperger's a bit.
Asperger's, yeah. I've got a form of Asperger's. That's what she says, because I'm blind to social clues and stuff. So there's a lot of reasons why I wouldn't succeed, but I do have this obsessional need to improve. And that is, more than anything, I think the secret of my success. It's not because I'm particularly brilliant or talented by nature. I'm just very, very dogged. And I keep on improving things, and I never give up, and I never swerve from my basic principles. So that's constant improvement. That's really key.
Absolutely. If you've got a question for Jim, guys, one more. Who's got another question for Jim at all? Anything at all? I'm sure there's something you're dying to ask him. Anyone, just come up with it. There we go. Thank you.
Save the room.
Save the room, exactly.
Thank you.
Good lead.
It's not as much a question as a suggestion. Being female, I'm naturally curious, and stepping into a big group like this, it would have been really great to just have a bit of an introduction in the group and just have some idea of what everybody's doing, because it's people that you might or might not want to network with in particular. So just, as an introduction.
Introduction where though?
Maybe just first thing Monday morning, or just whip around the room kind of thing to say, well, we do lawn mowing and we do this, or whatever the various areas would have been.
That's an idea. We didn't have a lot of time in a training.
I know. Could have been a quick one.
It's a good concept. Maybe we should have tables like that.
What they used to do is they used to put on, we have the logos for the divisions, and they put on the whiteboard of which divisions are in training.
Yeah.
So you'd have like mobile mechanics there, you'd have all the stuff on the whiteboard so people could see who's in there. That's what they used to do.
Some way of, just go for it.
We used to have name tags.
Name tags as well,
Logo with the division on it.
Yeah. We like people to network, actually. It's a good opportunity, especially for something like life coaching. You want to get to know others. One thing we'd love to do, and it's kind of a recent thing, but it's come up from various discussions, is we'd love to have more cross-divisional meetings. I actually was saying to Sue that'd be a good thing for your division to organise, because you've got good reasons. So especially if you've got a remote area, like, somewhere like Bundaberg or somewhere like that, where there's not a lot of any particular division, if the local people can all gather together cross-divisionally. Because in actual fact, in a lot of ways, you've got more to offer people in different divisions and vice versa than you can in your own division, because you can network with each other, and you can give each other jobs and so forth. Networked franchisees tend to do very, very well. People who actually know other people from different divisions, and they've got a great benefit having 50 divisions or so. So I think the networking idea is very good, actually. I really like that. We should do more of it. Maybe you can get involved in something. Whereabouts are you from? Auckland. Oh, well, there's a lot of people in Auckland, that's for sure. Yeah, it's a good concept. We'll have a think about how we can possibly do that.
So Jim, what were your 3 favourite questions? So before we go on, so thanks for your questions tonight, we appreciate it. So anyone who asks Jim a question at the microphone, you come up and see me at the end here, you can pick anything you like at all. But Jim will always pick his first 3 for taking it the first choice. So what would you like?
I love that one about staff. I've never been asked that before, and it's a great question. Who was that? Yeah, that was a brilliant question.
Yep, come up, grab it, go anything you like. And what was the next one there, Jim?
My last lawn. Again, that's totally...
Gentleman at the front.
Nobody's ever asked me about my last lawn.
I
like doing it. I love that question because it's unusual.
Yep, grab that, go for it. Yep.
Yes, go ahead.
Yep, no worries. And what was the last one?
Okay.
One that stumped you. I put one down that stumped you because you couldn't answer.
The complete one that stumped me, totally stumped me, which is very unusual, is the lady who asked about the football teams. I have no idea.
Yeah. So come up and get anything you like.
It is one of the very rare situations anybody's asked me a question I could not answer, so well done.
Absolutely. And if you ask the question, come up and get a prize as well.
Anybody who asks a question, come up.
Yeah, absolutely. So guys, real quickly as well before you go, if you want it, one set real quickly. Thanks for attending tonight, but if you want to get a photo with Jim as well, now's a great time because there's a big rush on Tuesday, so you can hand me your phone there. I'll take a photo for you as well. And thanks for attending tonight. We appreciate the support. Thank you.